and Elon Musk have launched an all-out attack on the federal workforce, and the likes of which we've never seen before.
Shame, 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 shame.
And in the case of the VA, they want to turn the VA to nothing but an insurance company. Did y'all hear what I said? That's the desires of this administration, to turn the VA into an insurance company. They want to sink their claws. They want to sink their claws into the VA's $300 billion budget and send that money to corporation health care, and we say no.
No.
To private equity, and they don't care who suffer along the way. They will put private profit before the health and well-being of veterans, and I say no.
No.
Now, to those who wore the uniform and served this country, you know, I salute you.
That's right.
I salute every veteran in the United States of America. I applaud you for the work that you have done. Now, Stanford University found that veterans who need emergency care and much more likely to survive when they get care from the VA. That's a testament. That's a testament to the services that you provide to the American veteran. Now, if the Doge actually believe in efficiency, which they don't, they should study what the VA does, right? Not destroy it. But they should look at what it is that the VA is doing in order to get the reputation that they have for caring for veterans. But we're losing this battle because they are destroying it. Brothers and sisters, already 40% of veterans get their care outside, and this is bankrupting the system for everyone while devastating inferior care. Now, just a couple of weeks ago, brothers and sisters, I was standing in front of the VA headquarters in Washington, D.C. with Senator Blumenthal. And our message was clear. Don't privatize the VA. Do not, under no circumstances. Now, little could I have imagined how much damage Trump and Musk would do in 2 short weeks. Now, they have 5,000 of probationary employees from the VA and all across the government. They have fired the schedulers who get veterans appointments. What do you say about that? Shame. Now, they have fired the supply technician who equip operating rooms. They have even fired the researchers working to cure untreatable disease right in the middle of the trial of new drugs. What do you say about that? It's a downright shame. Now, what do you think about it? And brothers and sisters, that's not all. There are 5 veterans with decades of service. They have fired disabled veterans who put their lives on the line for this country, and who, now, can you believe that? The people that have put their lives on the line for this country, and they have said, you're fired. I say it's time to fire Trump. I say it's time to fire Elon Musk. What do you say about that? Now, tomorrow night, fire Trump, fire Trump, fire Trump, fire Trump. Now check this out. Tomorrow night, President Trump will stand before Congress, and he will tout the achievements, slashing government, and even slashing the VA. Well, guess what? I won't stand for that. And I know of someone else who won't stand for that, and her name is Elisa Eltman. Tomorrow she'll be the guest of Senator Charles Schumer at the State of the Union address. Alicia is an LG sister from Buffalo, New York. She is a disabled veteran. She survived cancer from exposure of burn pits in the Middle East. Recently, she took a job, and it was a pay cut to work with her fellow veterans at the VA in Buffalo. And guess what? And do you know what Donald Trump and Elon Musk said to her? To this hero? To this American hero?
What?
Well, let me tell you what they said. They fired her. They fired her. Brothers and sisters, I won't stand for that, and I hope you won't stand for that. It's time to fire them. What about that? Now, if you stand for it, you know, and 2 people who won't stand for it are with us today. I know Senator Blumenthal will not stand for that. I know he won't stand for that. In 2 weeks, when the current budget runs out, I bet they're going to do some firing themselves. I think they're going to say, it's time to fire some folk. It's time to fire some situations and some circumstances. I bet you they're going to fire Donald Trump, crooked, corrupt, cowardly agenda right on the spot. I think that's what's going to happen. I think they're going to fire Elon Musk and his junkyard Doge. How about that? They're going to fire him, and they're going to fire, all that stand against the veterans, all that stand against American workers, because we are here to fight, and fight we will. What do you say? We're going to fight. Will we fight? Say fight. 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 Why are we going to fight? Because we got the power. We have the power. People power. People power. Let's do it. I love you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
When we fight, when we fight,
We win.
when we fight,
We win.
I'd like to introduce now Senator Richard Blumenthal. He is a ranking member of the Senate Committee on Veterans Affairs, Committee on Judiciary, Committee on Homeland Security and Government Affairs, Committee on Armed Services, and Committee on Veterans Affairs. Thank you, Senator Blumenthal.
Thank you. Thank you, brothers and sisters. When we fight,
We win.
when we fight,
We win.
when we fight,
We win.
we are going to fight.
Yeah.
And we're going to keep faith with our veterans.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
And I want to thank Everett Kelly. Sandra Salmon, where's Sandra? Thank you so much, Sandra, for your leadership, your courage, your strength.
Yeah.
Ed Hawthorne, all of the leaders from the AFL-CIO, AFG, SEIU. What we're seeing here is the strength of unions.
Yes, sir.
Strength of unions bring us together, making sure we fight, because we know when we fight,
We win.
when we fight,
We win.
and we are not going to allow Elon Musk to lay waste to RVA.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, the world is watching.
Yeah.
The world is watching
Yeah.
today.
Yeah.
9 million veterans depend on facilities just like this one.
That's right, sir.
They depend on workers like those who are here today. They depend on the docs and the nurses, the technicians who provide health care. Right now, they are watching Elon Musk give our veterans the middle finger.
Yeah. Yeah.
Elon Musk, we're not going to let you give our veterans the middle finger.
No.
We are going to fire you.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're here for Veterans Health. Who has that sign?
Yeah.
Veterans Health.
Yeah.
We're here for Veterans Health, not private wealth.
Yeah.
That's Elon Musk. SpaceX,
Yeah.
X, Neuralink, Boring Company,
Yeah.
X, they all have contracts with the government. Elon Musk is exploiting us
Yes,
and our
yes.
veterans.
That's right.
We're going to say no to him.
No. No. No.
Now, there are real life impacts here. We're seeing clinics close around the country.
Yeah.
We're seeing operating rooms deserted. We're seeing lines for health care at facilities like this one longer. And you know what they did? Veterans Crisis Line.
Yeah. That's
When
right.
veterans are
That's
about
right.
to take their own lives,
That's right. Yeah.
they say, we're closing down. We're shortening those Veterans Crisis Lines that save veterans when they're about to take their own lives. I can't think of anything more abhorrent. I can't think of anything. Shame on them.
Yeah.
Shame on them.
Yeah. Yeah.
But, we can win.
Yeah.
We showed it just last week.
Yeah.
They said we're ending 875 contracts. I went before the Veterans Affairs Committee, a joint session. I showed the spreadsheets, $2 billion. You're not going to save $2 billion. And that same afternoon, they said, well, we're not canceling those
Thank you,
contracts.
sir.
We
Thank
can
you.
win this
Yes,
thing,
sir.
right?
Yes, sir.
We can win it.
Yeah.
And we just need to keep fighting
Yeah.
and make sure we bring veterans out.
Yeah.
I want all the veterans who are here today, all of you who are veterans, raise your hand so we can
Right.
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your service.
Yeah.
We're,
Yes, sir.
we're going to keep faith with
Yeah.
you.
Yes, sir.
We are going to make sure that your health care, your benefits are delivered
Yeah.
on time because it is a matter of life.
Yeah. Yeah.
Life and death.
Life and death. That's right.
And we're going to preach to America.
Yeah.
We're going to take this message on the road.
Yeah.
Because, you know, America supports veterans.
Yeah.
You know why? Because they defend our country.
Yeah.
These brave veterans, and I'm looking at them right now who
Yeah.
are wearing these hats.
Yes, sir.
We know you were there for
Yeah.
us, right?
Yes. Yes.
We know you raised the right hand, you took that oath,
Yeah.
and America made a promise to you.
Yes.
America said, we're going to give you health care, we're going to give you disability benefits, we're going to make sure your families are taken care of, we're going to make sure that you don't take your own lives.
Yes, sir.
When you're down and you've gone through trauma, when you've been exposed to toxic chemicals, we're going to make sure that we take care of you just like you took care of us. We're going to keep that promise. America will keep that promise because you're here today, and America will be out supporting our veterans all around this great country.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you for being here
Yeah.
today. And
Thank you, sir.
we're going to make sure we win this battle for our veterans.
Yeah.
And we'll say no to Donald Trump. Fire Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Fire Elon Musk. Fire Elon Musk. Fire Elon Musk. Fire Elon Musk. Thank you, all of you, for being here today. Thank you all.
Sir. Yeah.
I'll take it,
Thank you,
sir.
sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
When we fight,
We win.
when we fight,
We win.
when we fight,
We win.
I'd like to introduce the next speaker. That would be retired Connecticut Associate Director John Jack Callahan. We're going to change that up. Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro, ranking member of the House Appropriations Committee.
Yeah, Rosa.
Rosa, 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 Rosa.
Rosa.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Good morning. What a wonderful crowd out here this morning.
Yeah.
And it's all over the country. I like what you have back there about who had the sign with the muskrats. That's who they are, my friends. That's back there. I love you. Firing and layoffs. That's what you're about. We're here today, really, it's for federal employees, but we're here to stand up to defend our veterans. That's why you have been targeted
Yes.
by Elon Musk and
Yes.
President Trump.
Yes.
Yes, I lead the Democrats on the Appropriations Committee. I see the hard work that federal employees do every single day.
Yeah.
I see that nearly 643,000 of those federal employees are veterans.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
are veterans.
Yeah.
They choose to keep serving our country
Yes.
even after they leave
Yes.
active
That's
duty.
right. That's
Even
right.
after
Thank you.
they run and administer our VA hospitals, they teach in our public schools. They help manage Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid, and they enforce. Look at that out there; they're with it. Environmental protections. All of the programs and more help Americans protect their health and their financial security.
Yes.
They are all under attack, my friends.
Yes.
But an unelected billionaire, Elon Musk.
Yeah. Gotta go.
His accountable team has fired nearly 40,000 federal workers, and that includes 6,000 veterans. That's nearly 15% of firing so far.
Yeah.
6,000 veterans.
Wow.
256 at the Department of Veteran Affairs, 2,300 at the Department of Defense. People who gave their lives.
Yes.
Shame,
People who
shame,
sacrificed.
shame,
Their families
shame.
have sacrificed. It's whether they're in uniform or outside of it. They serve our country.
Yes.
And how are they rewarded? With contempt and with termination by an unelected billionaire who has never served in uniform in his entire life.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're going after veterans, which is the core
Yeah.
of our civil service.
Yeah.
Last year, veterans made up 30% of the federal workforce. They're irreplaceable expertise. They have leadership skills. They have a passion for the jobs that
Yes.
they do.
Yes.
And they want to continue to serve. they are at risk for losing those jobs and the benefits that help support themselves and their families.
Yes.
Let me just say this to you as well, what you need to know. Republicans are trying to cut $880 billion from Medicaid in order to be able to fund tax cuts for billionaires. And Medicaid, understand this, how important Medicaid is. Covers nearly 1 in 10 veterans under 65 who could now risk losing coverage. They also tried to cancel the 875 contracts. That was $2 billion. And let me just tell you why they would go after this nation's veterans who have served nobly, historically, and making sure they defend liberty and justice for all, and making sure that the U.S. is strong at home and strong around the world.
That's right.
And why are we going after our country's veterans? It makes no sense at all, except all of these cuts are to provide those tax breaks for the richest in the world, for the richest in the country, the 1/10 of 1%, and for people like Elon Musk. You know, and he's unchecked. I call them unchecked billionaires. And what we need to do is what we're doing here today. All over the country, my friends. And it is happening. People are beginning to understand what is at stake with what these folks are trying to do to the people in this nation. The cuts that affect their health, their welfare, their well-being, their jobs, everything that helps people create economic security for themselves and their families. And you know what? We cannot let it happen. It starts right here on the ground with folks all here in West Haven and people all over the country. We need to rise up and let them know, no. This is not our country. This is not what you're going to do. We're going to take it back. And we will take it back. And Trump and Musk need to feel the heat. Let's make it heat. Make it so hot for them that they get themselves out. Okay? God bless you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for inviting me.
Take it back! Take it back! Take it back! Take it back! Take it back!
Take it back! Take it back! Take it back! Take it back! Take it back!
Who's next?
Okay, the next speaker up. Thank you for coming. Retired VA Connecticut Associate Director, John Jack Callahan.
Hey, good morning, everyone. This is my first day back since retiring after 44 years. It's a pleasure to be back. Unfortunately, I'm not happy what I'm back here for. It's great to see everyone back here supporting what's best for veterans. Listen, we asked our veterans to step up and go to battle for our freedom, and we owe them a debt of gratitude. And this administration is not delivering this to our veterans. What they're doing to them is atrocious. What they're doing to our federal employees, the past couple of weekends I've been receiving calls from former coworkers, receiving emails on a Saturday telling them that if they don't answer the 5 questions what they do during the week, they're going to be let go.
We got enough
Listen, if these people have to ask the employees what they're doing, they don't know what they're doing, and they don't know how to fix what they're doing. I'm sure there's plenty of money that can be saved in the federal government, but they need to sit down with the workers and the unions and figure out what needs to be done. Also, to our congressional elected officials, they know where their money can be cut, but this isn't the way to do it by ramming it down everyone's throat. We have to say no to the cuts for staffing, we have to say no to the staffs for funding, and we have to say no to the cuts for the money to give money to billionaires. So thank you all for coming out. If you want to know what our unions do, this is what our unions do. If you want to know what our elected officials do, this is what our elected officials do. Thank you all for coming out, and thank you for supporting all of them. Say no.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just say no.
Good to see you again. Nice to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt.
Who's up next?
Here we go.
Here we go, here we go. Here we go, VA, here we go. Here we go, VA, here we go. Good morning, Union family. Good morning. My name's Ed Hawthorne. I'm proud to serve as the president of the Connecticut AFL-CIO.
a federation of 250,000 working people here in the state of Connecticut. Now, we have multiple unions standing in solidarity with y'all here today because your fight is everyone's fight. We all stand together. We have AFSCME, Unite Here, UFCW, UAW, Painters and Allied Trades, Machinists, IBEW, SEIU, and AFT. And I'm here to tell you that every one of our 250,000 members stands with you in this fight against government overreach, in the fight to destroy veterans' benefits. Now, it's been just over a month since Donald Trump took office for his second term, but let me tell you, and I think we all share this feeling, it feels like a whole lot longer than that already. President Donald Trump, or should I say President Musk, have engaged in an unrelenting and shameful attack on our dedicated federal workforce. What these billionaires don't understand is that our federal workers are at the heart of our government. They ensure critical services like Social Security, Veterans Affairs, disaster relief, and national defense, and make sure they all run smoothly. They run our national parks, inspect our food and medicines, and keep us safe from crimes, accidents, and disasters. The administration claims to stand up for veterans, but they are cutting the VA and the services that our veterans rely on. Not only that, about 30% of the federal workforce they are so eager to decimate are made up of military veterans. As Senator Tammy Duckworth recently said, it's a middle finger to our heroes. These brave men and women served our country honorably, and now they're treated with such disregard and disrespect. It's wrong and it's disgraceful. But it's not only the federal workers who are under assault from an unelected billionaire, it's services our communities count on, and everyone who relies on federal funding. Let's be clear, it isn't about cutting waste, fraud, and inefficiency. This is so Trump and Musk can pay for tax cuts for the ultra-wealthy, all on the backs of working people and senior citizens. This plan will only benefit one group, and that's billionaires. Make no mistake, this is all part of the Project 2025 strategy to exhaust and overwhelm working people from all angles as quickly as possible so that we cannot fight back. But we're here today, right? We're here to fight? You all know the famous quote about how a lie travels around the world fast, right? A lie can travel halfway around the world while the truth is putting its shoes on, but we're here to speak truth to power here today. That's the speed at which Musk and Doge are attempting to operate. But our movement is no stranger to these tactics, and we will not be deterred. We will not let Donald Trump and Elon Musk cut Medicare, reduce Social Security benefits, eliminate federal funding for our schools, lay off and fire critical workers, and cut services and staff for our veterans. Brothers, sisters, and siblings, enough is enough. Are we going to let Trump and Musk get away with this? No! When I say union, you say power. Union! Power! Union! Power! When I say worker, you say power. Worker! Power! Worker! Power! Thank you all.
When we fight,
We win.
when we fight,
We win.
when we fight,
We win.
Okay, who's up next? Who's up next? You got anybody else?
I know one other leader. Corbett, president of Western Area Legal Federation.
United, we'll never be divided. United, we'll never be divided.
Good morning, good morning.
Good morning.
It's cold as all get out, but we are fired up. Are you fired up to save the VA?
Fire!
Yeah. My name is Dr. Kenny Roberson, and I am the National Vice President of AFGE, the union that continues to hold the line for America. And that is especially true of federal employees at the VA. There is no healthcare system in America that provides the elite level of care, of holistic care, that the VA does for over 9 million veterans. The VA workers are actually so elite that the work they do makes America better as a whole. I want to let you know some things. Did you know that 70% of all medical doctors in the United States have trained at a VA facility? Did you know that the first successful liver transplant was completed by a VA medical doctor named Dr. Starzl, who was a federal worker? Did you know that the first nicotine patch was developed by the VA? Smokers now have about double the chance of quitting when using the patch because of federal workers.
Now you know.
Did you know that the shingles vaccine, which millions of senior citizens now take, was studied at the VHA, where it was proven to be safe for all Americans? Right? They've done this. The VA has done this on top of providing elite care for veterans nationwide, such as my own father, who served and who had to go to the VA when he struggled to walk. And now, not only is he walking, but he's running, and he's jumping, and he's challenging me to one-on-one games because of the expert care that the VA has provided them. And this is the very workforce that this administration wants to eliminate. But not just eliminate, the leaders in this administration have stated that we want these bureaucrats to be traumatically affected. We want them to wake up in the morning. We want them to not want to go to work because they are increasingly viewed as the villains. We want their funding to be shut down, and we want them in trauma. They said this in HD. A self-proclaimed goal to villainize and traumatize can only be explained as evil, and that is what this is, and we are not going to take that. Are we going to take that? No! Are we going to take that? No, we are not. The VA workers have sworn an oath to serve and protect this nation, and they have done just that, and we are going to fight to uphold that oath because that is who we are. James Baldwin said that not everything faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed unless it is faced. And so if we want to change the face of this nation, we must be willing to show up to the fight. If we want protections for our workforce, we must be willing to show up to the fight. If we want protections for our veterans, we must be willing to show up to the fight. We need you. We need each and every one of you to show up to the fight. Are you willing to show up to the fight? Are you willing to show up to the fight? You fighting for your jobs? You fighting for the VA? Said, this is what democracy looks like. I said, this is what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
God bless, and we are going to fight, we are going to fight, and we are going to win.
When we fight,
We win.
when we fight,
We win.
when we fight,
We win.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Fight, 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 fight. I'll tell you who I am. I'm Lynn Veccarelli. I'm a registered nurse. I started here in 1985. Thank you. Before my sailor husband was deployed, and we married, and we moved around. I'm currently one of the chapter leaders of AFGE Local 2138. We originally represented all the registered nurses, the APRNs, and the nurse anesthetist here at VA Connecticut, which also includes Newington VA and the 6 CBOCs across the state of Connecticut, which represents hundreds of veterans from all wars. I had the privilege of serving initially with some, in my early years, with some World War I and World War II veterans. And I'm proud to say we've taken such good care of them. There are still many around. And when thank you. And when Muss asked me what I did, one of the 5 highlights of my career, just last week, I took care of a 100-year-old veteran and held his hand and spoke to his family when he was passing. There's no greater service in my career than serving my veterans. And I thank all of you, and I'm happy to say I welcome my brothers and sisters here from all the unions that are coordinating with us. I have the privilege today to read a statement from Representative, now Congressman Joe Courtney. And I must say, I'm excited that one of the things that Joe Courtney did for us, he passed the the legislation to safeguard healthcare professionals from workplace violence. I must tell you that our profession and the workers here are one of the #1 assaulted professionals across the country. So that's one of the wonderful things that Congressman Courtney did. In his statement to us, he is the Connecticut's 2nd district, is home to more federal workers than any other congressional district in the state. Since taking office, President Trump and Elon Musk have illegally decimated this workforce, firing thousands of employees who provide essential services to seniors, veterans, students, and taxpayers. His district is home to not only the highest number of federal employees in the state of Connecticut, but also the highest number of veterans. Cutting staff means cutting services and firing Veterans Affairs and Veterans Benefits employees. That means that veterans who served our country will be left without the support they are owed.
Boo.
Veterans will wait longer for benefits that they are owed across the spectrum, from exposure to toxic chemicals to treatments for cancer. At this point, more than 2,000 Veteran Affairs probationary employees have been let go without regard for merit, performance, or protection. Boo! This total also includes an estimated 250 or more veterans working at the VA. That's us, right? That's us, our brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
Thousands of veterans working at other agencies have also been let go. Trump, Musk, and the team at DOGE should immediately halt their attack on government services, while courts are repeatedly finding their actions illegal. Imagine that. Illegal. Illegal. Congressman Courtney is also pushing for legislation that would reinstate veterans improperly dismissed from their jobs, protect civil servants across the workforce, and provide a necessary check on sketchy DOGE employees and their conflicts of interest. Congressman Courtney's office has ramped up efforts to assist federal workers in this time of crisis. Crisis, right? That's what we're here for. Stop the crisis. His office can assist you if you are a federal employee, and he encourages you to visit his website at courtney.house.gov/federal workers for guidance. At times like this, he's encouraging you and all of his supporters to contact him, and he is grateful for the unions like AFGE who are concentrating the power of workers into a powerful force with huge impact, not only for the workers here today, but for the American people they serve. God bless America, and God bless our veterans. Thank you all.
When we fight,
We
when we fight,
We win.
when we fight,
We win.
Up next, I'd like to introduce AFGE District 2 National Vice President, Mr. David Gonzalez.
Good morning, brothers and sisters. I just want to say a short word.
Gotta get it on for noon.
All my brothers and sisters and ladies, my national president, my national officer, Agent Rosa, Director Kelly, I want to thank you for coming.
Here, probably.
Hair all jacked up? Am I okay?
It's not jacked up, just flat. It actually looks fine. It really does.
The concern is that the Trump administration is trying to privatize VA services. The opponents of that say that would be bad for two reasons. All right, bridge stand up in 3, 2. The concern among many is that the Trump administration is going to try to privatize VA services. Opponents of that, one more time, 3, 2, 3.
it was an oddball between only camera I've ever had where I could blindly know I would forget. Like, because sometimes you have to go down and you can't go there. Or he did not belong there. And then the flash was on. I had a wide angle. What's going on? And I knew that him doing it. I don't really know how. And then, you know, the low light really bad because it was just pixels galore. Even now, like I was towards this change getting the camera this week because I've been holding on to my side. They're very important cameras. But all of a sudden, actually, three jobs I'm on. And I couldn't tell the lights going off and my editor was like, what's going on? And I was like, all right. And I was like, are these shutters supposed to sound this loud? So I started the thing and there was like, oh, no. I was disappointed because I really liked the camera. But unfortunately, I waited long enough to transition from mirror that I was able R62, which is the third iteration of these things. So they have all the bugs, they're all bugs, you know. Wow, but do you, what is so now does your thing always on? Like, does it affect the battery life? So how is it? Oh, so you really haven't turned it on from the side button? That's all right, just kind of like, when you have a house, it's just, yeah, it's like, you have a house up there, it's like, you bring in Sam already, no, this is my, oh my God. I used them once in a job, well, we tried,
That's a huge commitment.
The aperture is so 5'6".
Probably gonna go pay for it.
Do you get those tuned up? Because my lens, a couple of my lenses were anti-static. In fact, the first thing I threw out 228, 72 last year. That's so weird. Because after a while, you tune it up, you're now past the value. Right? Yes. I can't say the Eagles, but it was nice. Oh, I apologize. I felt bad.
You take 684? Yeah.
I've actually they were like throwing something. You know, they beat us in the round 1 year. Yeah, I'm right there. And nobody's big enough. What do you see? It's pretty up there. repro on the front page. It's almost like, well, you know what, it's what, 35 miles? Or the other colors.
You know, I haven't seen a Nora yet.
Maybe it was either 32 Jaspers and you decided not to spray for the other colors that go there.
Heads up.
Good morning. I just wrapped up a roundtable with former federal workers who were hastily dismissed from their jobs by the so-called Department of Government Efficiency. Before I get started, I want to acknowledge two commissioners who participated in that with me. Our Commissioner of the Department of Labor, Roberta Reardon, which oversees the unemployment program, which was a big concern to these individuals, but also Tim Hogues, our Commissioner of Civil Service, as we're working hard to get people positions again. Also joined by Luke Graziani, who's going to talk about his experience a little bit later about what happened to him at the being removed from his position in the Department of Veterans Affairs. We had to keep this meeting closed press to protect the identity of these individuals, because these are fellow citizens who are afraid of retribution from a sitting United States president and his cronies in Washington. Let that sink in. People who are fearful of retribution from the leader of our nation. Now, I will just give you some of the reflections. We just wrapped up, but the emotions are raw. This was so wildly unexpected. Some received notification on Valentine's Day. They love their jobs. Some of them were on probation, some literally days away from having permanent status. They found the whole experience degrading, dehumanizing. There's anger, but immediately their thoughts turn to the impact on their families. Children who need their parents to bring home a paycheck. Losing health insurance. Some individuals spoke about their own physical needs. One individual had a compromised immune system, needs expensive treatment every month. His wife also needs to go through therapy for a recent surgery. And how are they going to pay those bills without health insurance? Talk about the bills piling up on the table already. It's a time of high anxiety for these individuals, these public servants who did nothing other than to say, and many of them left the private sector because they feel so strongly about serving others. That's what public service is all about. It also has an impact on the public. These are individuals, whether it was people at the IRS who were investigating corporate tax scams that were defrauding money from taxpayers overall. These are people at the Consumer Protection Bureau, CFPB. What were they doing? They're protecting consumers from scams and companies that were trying to harm individuals' credit scores. The list goes on. The reality is, this has caused undue harm, not just to these individuals and their families and the shock of what they're going through. And this is just a snapshot, this handful of individuals. And it's going on all over New York. It's going on all over America, and particularly hard-hit Washington. I want them to know that we'll work with them. They are New Yorkers. They're part of our families. And we offered some suggestions of what we can do. Again, back to Luke. Luke lives in Queens. He served our country for 20 years, including 4 tours in Afghanistan and Iraq. willing to put his life on the line for all of us. He was working at the Bronx VA's office before he was deemed government waste in this reckless, ongoing employee purge. To us, he's an American hero. He fought for this country and now is working in an agency that serves sick and needy and injured veterans, and terminated by Elon Musk and his clueless cadre of career killers. These are patriots, they call themselves, putting America first? Give me a break. They know nothing about the functions of government. They don't know who it serves, and they don't care about the tireless public servants who keep it all running. They protect our skies, keep planes from coming down. They maintain our national parks, our military facilities. They ensure our food and medications are safe. And they predict the path of deadly storms, something we know a great deal about here in the state of New York, having come through 2 hurricanes, unprecedented tornadoes, 2,000-year flooding events, horrific blizzards, and many other challenges that we have now. We need to know with certainty and predictability what's happening. And also, these people are the ones searching for medical cures that could save your family member's life. None of this seems to matter to Donald Trump and Elon Musk, not at all. For them, it's just fodder for this cheap second-rate reality show. You're fired. It's fun for them to say that. They fail to recognize that they're affecting people's real lives and their livelihoods. These are essential jobs requiring many years of specialized experience, done by real people, as I said, with bills to pay and families to support. They should be commended for their service, not mocked by the president and handed a pink slip. Now, here's the deal. The current regime in Washington may not recognize your talents, but I can assure you, New York State does. We don't vilify public servants, we value you. We cherish your contributions, and we do want to welcome you to the New York family. So we just launched a campaign to recruit federal workers ousted by the Trump-Musk administration. Got what I think is a rather clever design. Really detailed information on how to get out of the situation they're in, talking about specific programs, our Veterans Temporary Hiring Program, how we have a program that'll temporarily remove the civil service exam so we can get people in sooner, the Empire Fellows Program. Here's real information on how to get yourself a job here in the state of New York. It's important. So our message is simple. While DOJ says you're fired, we say you're hired. And today we're expanding that campaign, beginning this morning. Anyone traveling through Union Station in our nation's capital or Moynihan Station right here in New York, you'll see giant digital billboards that reads, "New York wants you for a career in public service." And this Thursday, the Department of Labor is going to host a series in free virtual webinars for displaced federal workers and those who expect to be let go in the future. This is just the first wave. I hope you realize that. This is just the first. It's going to continue. And I want everyone to have this brochure and understand how to apply and let you know this good news. In the state of New York, we have 7,000 public sector job openings. We're looking for qualified, experienced candidates across a wide variety of fields. I need technologists, I need engineers, I need attorneys, healthcare workers, educators, public policy experts, and so many more. This recruitment effort is part of our ongoing effort to rebuilding the public workforce after it's been decimated, particularly during COVID. We've had to hire thousands more and lifting barriers to entry to government work because this work is essential to everyday New Yorkers who may not realize, but there are people out there working for you every single day with heart and passion. Like I said, we've waived certain test requirements, launched 10 new job centers, and expanded opportunities for veterans and people with disabilities. We've also expanded paid parental leave to 12 weeks for the entire state workforce. We reformed Tier 6, ensuring state workers get retirement benefits they deserve. That's how you take care of and value your public sector workforce, because taking care of them means they're taking care of us. So here's my message to any public sector worker who suddenly finds himself out of a job. New York does want you. New York needs you. Come work in the greatest state in the nation. We won't denigrate you. We'll treat you with dignity and respect that you deserve. Because in New York, we know it's not the demagogues and the technocrats who make America great. It's public servants like Luke and all the people I just met and countless who came before then, who dedicate their lives to serving others. Now we'll take a few questions.
Let's start with on topics about federal workforce. Jessica?
Governor Hochul, I think a lot of people are thrilled that you're doing this and applaud you for it. On a broader level, there's a lot of confusion and frustration. What are Democrats doing to fight back against this swath of dramatic changes that are impacting millions of people's lives?
It starts in the courts. We've had some success in the first wave of this litigation battle. Working closely with our Attorney General and my legal counsel, we are ready to file lawsuits to stop anything, particularly this first wave of layoffs for provisional individuals because the proper notice wasn't done. They didn't follow any rules. They did not follow a single rule. They think they are kings and they can just come in and do whatever they want. So in the courts, we're starting here. And this is probably our best defense right now because, unfortunately, we do not have any allies who are in a position of power in Washington. We don't have control of the House, the Senate, and certainly not the White House. So in the meantime, the states have to step up. This is what we can do. We'll see them in court, but also let's take care of these people. Let's not have them worry about their health care, whether or not their child's going to get medical treatment for their own families. But also, I want the research done to protect our families. I want to know when the storms are coming. I want to make sure that our consumers are protected. I want to make sure that we have people who work in cybersecurity to protect us from all those threats that people are trying to harm us here in New York. That's what it's all about. Don't forget the value of these people.
Yeah, in the back.
From Univision. So you're planning to hire like hundreds of probably people from federal government. How are you gonna add this to your budget when New York State doesn't have even enough money to give money to the MTA for the last capital plan and the new one? How are you gonna get that money? Where is it coming from?
It's already budgeted. These positions have been in our budget, already accounted for with the current dollars that we have to fund them. So that these are not new positions, they're vacant positions. So that's the difference.
Vern?
Governor, will any of these fill some of the positions for correctional officers that you guys have started firing, and also for the Labor Commission? What does that say? You know, it's a pro-union state, and you have workers striking for better conditions. How do you square that?
We love that question, but it's off topic. We'll get to you in a second.
I will take anybody who wants to work in public safety. We certainly have openings in the public safety space. Next question.
Rebecca?
You had, once again, in your address here, some strong words about the president saying that federal workers are afraid of retribution. You want to hire them after he fires them. You know, as you are looking to hire more federal workers that the federal government has just laid off, are you concerned that this is sending a message to the president that you are defiant in a way that he might punish New York for?
I can't look for ghosts and be stopped from what I need to do as the governor of this state. I'm not going to live in fear. I'm going to be strong in defending New Yorkers, our values, and our rights. And these are New Yorkers who've been given the pink slip, unceremoniously dumped without all the procedures and protocols and protections that are required by law. So we're not going to let anyone get away with that. We'll stand up. I'm not looking for new fights. If they bring everybody back, the fight's over, right? I'm not looking for this. I've got a state to run. But as I said from day one, when we are under attack, we are fighting back.
Any other on topics? Yeah.
Governor, you say you have thousands of public job openings in the state. Isn't there some silver lining then for you if there are cuts in the federal bureaucracy?
I have these openings, but I also know the human toll it is taking. I don't want to be the beneficiary of the pain that is being experienced by these individuals. You had to see the people in this room. Some were almost in tears, so anxious, so stressed out, strong people who've had their whole lives turned upside down. I do not want to have us capitalize on that pain and misery. I'd rather they get the job that they fought for, they worked for, that they felt committed to. But in the case where there is someone who just does not want to go back now or is not allowed to go back, yes, this is an opportunity for us to let them know we value them.
Hi, Governor. Has there been any
hiring or applying to date? And if so, if you could share those numbers.
Anything yet? We're just starting.
We just started.
We're just starting. We just made this up. Looks great, doesn't it? It's a good one. But we'll keep you updated on this, and I hope there's many. Again, we have so many fields where I need technologists and people to work in the social services, and these are really good professions and good careers, especially as I've worked to let these people know their value, but also to make sure that they have the benefits, because we are in competition with the private sector. That's my challenge. I'm in competition for the top attorneys, the top engineers, people to work at Department of Financial Services, those who will fight for these. I need talented people, and in a place like New York City, there's a lot of higher paying jobs. So these are special people who walk away from those jobs and those opportunities and come here, and I want to let them know that we will take care of them.
All right, we're going to move to about 2 off-topic questions, and then I know our commissioners and Luke, our laid-off federal worker, will be able to talk as well. So, Byrne, because I interrupted you before.
You want to have them, we're going to do them right here? Okay. Okay, two off-topic, okay.
We'll do off-topics, and then they can figure out. Byrne?
Okay.
Yeah, just going back to my question about the prison strikes, and if the labor commissioner could address this. It's 15 days since the strike began, and now you guys are starting to fire people and arrest them. What is the contingency plan? Last week, one of your officials say 9 out of 10 workers are on strike. So how are you going to backfill those positions? And also, you rejected their top line ask, which is a revocation of the HALT Act. Will that be included?
I will answer this question. I'm intimately involved hour by hour in this crisis that was created by individuals without the approval of the union. You mentioned this is a union state. Yes, it is. There are union representatives elected. This is not a sanctioned strike by the correction officers union. This is a wildcat, unauthorized, illegal strike. So the union is at the table negotiating with us, but the challenge is they agree with our position. They agreed with our position that we came to after having a mediator that they recommended. We worked closely for a number of days, structured a solution that was out there Friday night, and people thought was a good solution until people decided, well, we'd rather stay out on the line. That was their choice. It was not the union's position. I want to be very clear when you mention union workers. Also, to suggest that I'm going to stand here and unilaterally overturn a law that was duly elected or passed by elected officials, I'm not pretending to be the king of the state or the queen of the state. I will follow the law until the legislature, if they choose to make any changes. There is a small area we can suspend certain activities under the HALT Act, and I will want to be very clear on this. People don't understand this. They think it's all about solitary confinement. It also requires that there be 4 hours a day of programming, independent of time that individuals are out for recreation, physical education, etc. 4 more hours a day of programming for career services, etc. What that has done, that extra 4 hours a day, has required more overtime for people to follow that segment of the law. That is the area that is temporarily suspended because I'm wildly, acutely aware that the hours are just too long, just too long. No one should have to work a 24-hour shift, but it's been part of having to comply with that law that has created this tension here. So we're going to take a step back, get a little breather, and we offered this to take a whole look at the situation and work hard to improve the. I have said all along, these are the toughest jobs we have. And those who stayed on the job, God bless them. They are my heroes, as are the National Guard, 6,500 individuals who left their homes unexpectedly and have now been out there trying to just keep things calm down. And the incarcerated population, things are calm. We have National Guard, we have other correction officers, we have a number of those who came back online. The prisons came back online over the weekend, but we have been giving warnings, letting them know that they face very serious consequences. They are in violation of a temporary restraining order from a judge. They are in violation of the Taylor Law, which every other union wants to make sure is enforced. So that is where we are right now, and that's the status.
Okay, last one,
Are you
Ruvain.
worried, though, Governor, about what kind of a precedent this sets for other unions? If they see, hey, wildcat strike in New York can go on for 15 days.
Okay, people are being fired. They lost their health insurance today, and this may affect their pensions. I don't think a lot of people are going to want to sign up to be in that situation.
All right, last one, Ruvain.
This morning, NPR host asked you what you thought about Governor Cuomo and her mayor race, and you said you'd work with a mayor who, quote, will continue my policies to make sure we keep the city safe. So, given the criminal justice reforms he signed into law back some years back, I worked hard to change. I'm just curious, is he the right man to keep the city safe?
Just hold on one second. Let's have our guests get off the stage. The governor can't.
You can stay or not stay. It's going to be a real short answer. My job is to work with whomever the voters decide they want as their mayor. I would like a mayor who understands that I have invested an enormous amount of time for 3 years to make sure that we have programs and policies in place that will do more to enhance public safety. We've made dramatic strides in improving public safety on our subways. I'm working hard to change the laws related to incapacitated individuals so I can keep them longer in medical treatment. That's something I have to take with the legislature. I have to change the discovery laws now. The DAs and many groups want to. So I have a lot of work to do with the legislature, but my priority is public safety and also just ensuring that the quality of life improves. So I'm expecting the smart voters of this great city to select someone that they believe will accomplish those goals. And in that case, that'll be a partner of mine. Thank you very much, everybody.
On the latest prisoner death across the street from Marcy.
And Mid-State.
I'm very familiar with it. It is very much under investigation. Some of the early reports. I'm sorry. Yeah. Deeply troubling. I'm analyzing the early reports on what is happening. The actual cause of death is not known, but it is my highest priority to get to the bottom of this and find out exactly what happened. I'll make sure the press knows as soon as we do. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Press in the back, if you guys want to talk to Luke, our federal worker who was laid off, we'll bring him back in a couple minutes.